Well, we are looking to be about 10-15 minutes away from getting things kicked off for this Sunday for the West Coast Outlaw Shootout. So with that, we are going to make the call for non-electronics and electronics on standby. That is box and no box. This is your standby call, as we are only about 10 to 15 minutes away from getting things kicked off our first round of qualifying. And Canada West Doorslammers, we're going to extend that standby to you. Doorslammers, this is your 20-minute standby call for your final qualifying hit of the weekend. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. No box. We need no box to lanes 1 and 2. Non-electronics. Coming up to lanes 1 and 2 for your first of 2 qualifying hits on this Sunday morning. Once again, we have called no box, non-electronics to lanes 1 and 2 for first round of qualifying. That is no box or non-electronics to lanes 1 and 2 for first round of qualifying. This is your second call. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call for non-electronics to lanes 1 and 2 for first round of qualifying. Final call for non-electronics to lanes 1 and 2 for first round of qualifying. First pass rolling into the water box, and it'll be Rob Monroe Sr. for the White Knuckle Racing, Gibson Race Transmissions, Horizon Paints and Auto Body, ST Performance 1931 Ford Model A. Facing off against the Sun, Rob Monroe Jr. in the 1969 ST Performance Gibson's Racing Transmissions, Horizon Paints and Auto Body Acadian. Red light start for Senior, no problem though in qualifying. He'll run that out with an 8:89 at 148 miles an hour, Rob Monroe Jr. Goes 11:10 with an 8 at 91. Kevin McCauley will now bring on the old school Cutlass to race off against Ryan Ledrette in the Muffler Tech Auto Chevrolet out of Maple Ridge. Wow, Ryan Ledrette way red on the tree, going too early. And Kevin McCauley will run to the top end, goes 11:70 with a 9 at 113 miles an hour. Ledrette goes 18:07 with a 5 at 61. Bobby Ehlers and Ralph Ehlers will take the pair of Mustang Fox bodies out to run down the racetrack. In the father versus the son duo, Bobby Ehlers, the junior, will win out against the senior, Ralph Ehlers. Bobby Ehlers goes 10:25, 131 miles an hour. Ralph Ehlers goes 10:69 at 125. Bring up James Taggart now of the Airport Glass Bear Utilities. Three-time MPSA and HUA Real Street Champion in his Ford machine. To race against Dave Jung in his Camaro. Quarter mile, Taggart goes 10:49, 127 miles an hour. Dave Jung goes 10:82 at 123. Sean Langley now brings the Waldo Mach 1 Hustler to race against Matt Warner in the Linden Service Center. Matt Warner, as always, carrying the front wheels, and he was getting to the point where he was a bit tired of us saying he needs a wheelie bar in that machine, so he opted to make stickers that say no wheelie bars on them, and as I understand, he's having shirts made as well. So Matt Warner fully leaning into the thing. I hear he bent his master shutoff switch yesterday, which is located just under the back bumper with one of those high-flying wheel stands. So hopefully he doesn't do that again today. We'll bring on Daryl Tippy in the Horizon Paint and Auto Body Supplies Chevy 2 to race John DeBack in the Rad Torque Systems S10. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need electronics to 3 and 4. Electronics to 3 and 4. That is box cars or electronics. Come on down to lanes 3 and 4. Tabac goes 10:31 with the 0, 129 miles an hour. Daryl Tippy was 11:57 with the 9 and 115. Chris Stone with a very long burnout in the Stone Cold Racing Dodge Dart. That's unusual to see from Chris Stone, really looking to get the burnout done fully, as Jim Banky will take the Rad Torque Systems, Titanium Auto Group, and Bucky's Mini Excavate and Plymouth Barracuda up in the TCS lane. Red light start for Chris Stone. Jim Banky, though, will be looking to run him back down as we'll run to the quarter mile, and it will be Banky. 997 with a 9, 133 miles an hour. Chris Stone goes 991 at 133. That looks to wrap out qualifying. First round for the no box shootout on this Sunday afternoon. Once again, we've made the call for electronics cars, box cars, to lanes 3 and 4. Second call, box cars, electronics, lanes 3 and 4 for your first round of qualifying. To the pits, attention to the pits. Final call for electronics to the lanes 3 and 4 for first round of qualifying. That is final call for box cars, electronics cars to lanes 3 and 4 for first round of qualifying. Attention to the pits, attention into the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, Canada West Doorslammers. This is your first call to lanes 5 and 6 for your final qualifying hit. Overflow to 3 and 4. That is Doorslammers to 5 and 6. Overflow to 3 and 4 for your last qualifying hit of the weekend. Bring up Irene Contd in the Nova to race Martin Rochelle in his Super Stream Malibu as we get set to kick off qualifier number 1 for the electronics shootout on Sunday. Contd and Rochelle fire it up the racetrack, and at the top end, it is going to be Martin Rochelle. 10:04 with the 3, 127 miles an hour. Irene Contd goes 10:54 at 127. Daryl Stobie makes his run to the racetrack once again to the Stobie Construction Chevelle. He's racing against Emily Gerard in the Sheer Solutions and Just Mechanical 01 dragster sporting a 582 big block Chevy motor. 009 on the tree for the dragsters. Gerard fires at the top end, will run 739 at 180 miles an hour. Daryl Stobie goes 1019 with a 7 at 126. Kevin McNichol brings it up next to the Titanium Auto Group, Ken Specialty Auto, JBS Equipment, Gibson's Racing Transmissions, Lordco Auto Parts, Chevy Nova to race against Brad Vinci in the Super Street BNC Racing Camaro. McNichol gets there first, 989, 133 miles an hour. Vinci goes 1009 with an 8 at 152. Tyler Keller brings up the Oldsmobile. He'll race Richard Love in a Chevelle this time around. Love, of course, was out in the S10 yesterday. Had a huge moment, though, where something went wrong, and he had a wicked save going down the quarter mile. Looking for more luck here on Sunday. A pair of red lights, but remember, red lights is not something to worry about in qualifying. Keller goes 913 with a 9, 149 miles an hour. Love goes 1199 at 109. A lot of 9s on that last pass. Throttle stop and play for Warren Jacobson's Chevy 2. Now tries to run down John Tabax's Rad Torque Systems S10 in hot pursuit. Tabac will still get there first at the top end, goes 1030 with a 5, 129 miles an hour. Jacobson was 1080 at 137. And look at this. Who would have thought we would have seen this pairing up again? I'm sure nobody saw this coming. Chris Stone in the Stone Cold Racing Dodge Dart will race Jim Banky in the Rad Torque Systems Plymouth Barracuda. .005 on the tree for Banky, sends him to the #1 qualifying spot in Sunday qualifying. Chris Stone goes 992 at 132 miles an hour. Banky will follow the 998 up with 133. Matt Warner will once again bring up the Linden Service Center Ford Mercury. Watch the front wheels. This car loves to carry them. There it is, scraping the license plate from the back bumper that time about. Never gets old seeing how high that car can pick the front wheels up as they'll slam back down to earth. From what I hear, he's looking to make some modifications over the winter to make that car a bit softer on the landing, so it's not bouncing up and down constantly when it hits down on the ground. But for now, well, he's still doing what that car does best, and that's carry the front wheels past the 60-foot. Going to be down for some track prep at the moment. You can see the crews out there putting some spray down. That means Canada the West Doorslammers are just around the corner, and we're rolling into our 4th and final qualifying round for the Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Doorslammers category. in just a few moments. Other sponsors, of course, for the Doorslammers Association throughout 2023 have included Artex Racing, Total Dairy Solutions Limited, Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, Paradise Homes Limited, Associated Tire and Auto, along with Comox, Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance, Traveling RV, and Alpine Backhoe. It's been a phenomenal season for the Doorslammers. They have had 2 separate times where they have broken the record for the biggest field that they have ever seen in competition in 2023. And one of those is at Door Wars, the other at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Not as big of a field here today in the West Coast Outlaw Shootout, but still sizable and still enough to put on a mighty good show. Speaking of the Doorslammers, with track prep currently underway, we're going to make that a final call for Doorslammers. Final call for Canada West Doorslammers to lanes 5 and 6, overflow to 3 and 4 for your final qualifying pass of the weekend. Greg Field in the little turbo-powered Opel GT sits, unsurprisingly, in the number 1 qualifying spot with a 6:51 at 224 miles an hour. Rod Leclerc sits in the number 2 spot with a 6:71 in his Camaro, down at a 204 miles an hour. Bedsworth sits 3rd, 7:052, 192. Shaflita, 7:15 with a 4 at 191. And rounding out the top 5 would be Supine, down with a 7.400 at 186. Dave Warren and Henry Zacharias, 2 drivers looking to having to qualify their way in still. They sit at the bottom of the boards at the moment, 22nd and 23rd with a 17 and then 27-second time. 2 aborted runs. You need to qualify an 890 or better to make it into the Doorslammer field, so that's going to be critical for Warren and Zacharias to have a good qualifying pass. They're only going to have one more chance to do so. Brian Ritchie will be the first Doorslammer up in the Ritchie Racing Engines Greenlight Auto Sales Chevelle to race against Grant Clone in a licensed and insured street car, as he so claims. The 1967 Fairlane sported 480 cubic inches under the hood out of Victoria. Ritchie enters his qualifying session 10th on the qualifying sheets. Grant Clone sits 20th with an 8:57. Ritchie goes 788, 170 miles an hour. Grant Cologne goes 854 to 156. That will improve Brian Ritchie up to 9th, bumping out Jay Siverston. Jason Field will take the Ritchie Racing Engines Greenlight Auto Sales and Induction Solutions Chevy Nova with a 632 cubic inch pump gas motor under the hood now. Mike Bedsworth will bring up the Cutlass out of Marysville, Washington, over in the Lordco lane. Bedsworth 11th thou red on the tree. Jason Field hightails it after him in hot pursuit. Bedsworth goes 705, 191 miles an hour. Jason Field will go 816 with a 2 at 164. Next pairing up, going to be Brad Powell in the Outlaw Garage Customs 1967 Chevelle out of Linden, Washington, to race Dave Warren in the Blue Max Bel Air. Both racers pre-staged. Oh, and Warren smokes the tires right out of the gate. Brad Powell through on a pass. He'll run that down. 8:46 with the 6, 157 miles an hour, and Dave Warren will be aboard in this pass, and I believe that means Warren will not make the field as he shakes the tires again out of the gate. So the first time all season long, the Blue Max Bel Air could very well be down and out of the fight. Henry Zacharias, when I bring him the Zacharias Inventory Limited Corvette. He's racing Steve Wilson in the Angry Pumpkin Camaro. Zacharias, the other driver that has to have a good pass this time around if he wants to make it into eliminations later this afternoon. Zacharias' fastest time so far, 27 seconds at 35 miles an hour. He is definitely looking to get a good full pull this time around. That car is capable of top 10 times. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Electronics to lanes 1 and 2 for second round of qualifying. Electronics to lanes 1 and 2 for second round of qualifying. Wilson bumped in, so is Zacharias. Oh, and again Zacharias will smoke the tires. So Zacharias could become the second car now not to be able to make it in. Steve Wilson runs 8:08 with a 4, 168 miles an hour. What is going on with Warren and Zacharias? I've never seen them have this many troubles trying to get a full pull down the racetrack. Usually it's Greg Field that's shaking up the tires like a madman. So that brings up Terry Langdon Davies and the Langdon Davies Concrete Willies. Racing against Mike Kenworthy out of Arlington, Washington, to the Illusion Motorsports Speed Mart Firebird. Whoa, boy. Mike Kenworthy now getting out of shape and out of the groove. Terry Langdon Davies will run right down the middle. Goes 8:06 with a 9. 164 miles an hour as Kenworthy going to abort his run. Good thing for Kenworthy, he is already in. And no need to worry about a bad run in the final qualifying hit. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Once again, we have called electronics. That is confirmed, electronics to lanes 1 and 2 for your second round of qualifying. This is, of course, because we have the box shootout semifinal to run as well in your second round of qualifying. So that is the box cars, electronics to the lanes for second round of qualifying. Tom Katnick will bring up the TK Performance Lordco Auto Parts Chevy Camaro to face off against Greg Field. And the Active Care Auto Jubilee RV Q Machine Total Turbo Powered Opel GT. Field with a 651 and 224 miles an hour for the number 1 qualifying pass. Tom Katnick so far not on the qualifying sheet, so Katnick trying to qualify his way in. Oh, and Field has to back out early as Tom Katnick runs down straight and true. 751, 181 miles an hour. He'll pop the chutes at the top end. Derek Shirk, next runner-up in the Titanium Auto Group Bubba Speed Shop. Battle-scarred Bel Air. Due to be facing off against Grant Howell with a 632 cubic inch Sunset motor underneath in his Chevrolet. Mark turns on the red light by just 0.5 of a second. Hal will run that down 772 with the 674 miles an hour. Derek Shirk goes 771 at 174. Terry Shaflita with a long burnout across the line of the bow tie, refinishing. 500 5-speed Firebird. He'll face off against Mark Thompson in the Marvel Racing Vernon Recreational Products machine over in the right lane. Final tune-ups complete, as we'll see both these drivers move their way in towards the staging beams. Whoa, Thompson, close to the right side of the groove, then back to the left. He'll back out. Shaflita runs through the 744, 184 miles an hour. Mark Thompson, 11 seconds at 94. Bring up Howie Winklehorse at the Howie's Equipment Service, Bel Air. Racing Jay Siverson in the Black Betty JS Power Sports Dodge Dakota. Shirk made good use out of that Dakota early in the season when he had rolled his Bel Air during a testing pass in one of our first races of the season, and now Siverson has been back behind the wheel making sure it's been getting the miles in. Or the quarter miles, we should say, quarter mile at a time, as he's looking to make a few more here this afternoon. At the top end, Jay Siverson, 774, 172 miles an hour. Howie Winklehorst, 823 at 161. Next pairing up, Paul Soares in the Soares Transport 1995 Pontiac to race Mark Schuppener in the Pendoza Machine Wix Filters Federal Mogul Lumina. Paul Soares, 792 with an 8, 171 miles an hour. Schuppener goes 823 and 165. Rod Leclerc stopping way past the 60-foot, almost to the 330 mark, as he held back the Paradise Homes 1967 Camaro up in his 10th year with the Canada West Doorslammers Association. He'll race Mike McMahon in the 1969 Camaro out of Chilliwack. Well, something went wrong for McMahon as he shuts it off and will pull over to the right-hand side. Rod Leclerc runs it out with an 877, 159 miles an hour, so something going to ride for Leclerc out of the gate as well. As crews will go out and check on what went wrong there with McMahon. Pull back into electronics qualifying here for round number 2. Emily Gerard brings up the dragster for Sheer Solutions and Just Mechanical Racing McNichols Nova. Both cars launching hard, and Emily Gerard runs down the back door, 743, 180 miles an hour. McNichol, 10:01 with an O at 134. Martin Rochelle will be up next in the Chevy Malibu. He'll race Irene Cocatello in the Nova. And Jacobson will go in at 1078 at 136 miles an hour. And with that, we'll wrap out qualifying, but we're not leaving the electronics category. We're going to be rolling into the semifinals from yesterday's Saturday shootout. Three cars are left in competition. Brad Vinci will take up the BNC Racing Camaro over in the Lordco lane, dialed at a 10:09. Daryl Stilby brings up the Stilby Construction Chevelle, dialed at a 10:21. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. No box to lanes 1 and 2. That is once again non-electronics, no box. We need you to lanes 1 and 2 for your second qualifying hit. Stobie launches hard. Vinji using the throttle stop. One of these racers faces off against John Tabak in the final, and it'll be Brad Vinji moving on, knocking out Daryl Stobie by 0.5 of a second at the quarter mile. That leaves John Tabak, who will have the bye run, and will wrap out the electronics box shootout from Saturday for the semifinal round. So once again, we have made the call for no box, non-electronics back to the lanes for your final round of qualifying. That is no box, non-electronics to the lanes for your final round of qualifying on this Sunday morning. Half Track Snack Shack is open. They are now serving lunch. I'm sure they would be more than happy to help feed our lovely racers, crew members, and spectators alike here at Mission Raceway Park. As well as that, the Pro Shop will be open. I know it's not really ice cream weather right now, but hey, I'm always up for a sweet treat. We got the sun now. We can pretend it's ice cream weather, can't we? Attention, Attention, Doorslammers. You're going to have a driver's meeting to go over the ladder at Marcy's trailer in 10 minutes. That is Canada West Doorslammers. You have a driver's meeting to go over the ladder at Marcy's trailer in 10 minutes. And we'll be calling you up shortly after that. So we wrap up the final round of No Box Qualified, and with that, it is only going to be eliminations from here until the end of the day. And we'll be rolling into the no box final from Saturday. Coming on up in just a moment. John DeBack brings it up to race against Dave Jung. This is for the no box shootout final from yesterday that did not get finished up due to the cold. DeBack dialed in at a 1036 on the Rad Torque Systems S10. Dave Jung dialed at a 1085 on the Lordco Auto Parts Super Stock Camaro. Red light start. John's back by 4 stinking thousandths. Dave Jung takes the win in the no box shootout final from Saturday as he lifts off, seeing that win light flick on.
In the pits, can I get Canada West Doorslammer on a standby call? Canada West Doorslammers, you are on standby. And then can we also call John to back and Brad Vingy to the lanes to finish up their race from yesterday? Brad Vingy and John to back to the lanes. Canada West Doorslammer, you are on a 15-minute standby. Tension in the pits again. Canada West Doorslammer. We are going to be calling you a little bit sooner than that 15-minute that I said. My apologies. So that'll be a little bit of a quicker standby call for Canada West Doorslammers. Tension in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, can you please meet at Marcy's trailer right now, please? Canada West Doorslammers, can you please meet Marcy at her trailer?
Oh, quit your whining. No.
So Jay Babcock, having just gotten his Top Fuel Harley license yesterday, turns it around today, makes a full pull 644 with an 198 miles an hour. Not bad for a first pass after just getting your license. As apologies, that was Austin Christopher making that hit on his bike, riding Jay Babcock's bike, but it was Austin Christopher the rider. And, well, I guess that's fitting there for Christopher, considering he is known for putting down ET passes, reset the quarter-mile motorcycle record here at Mission Raceway Park back in the CMDRA weekend over in Pro Extreme, running well over 200 miles an hour. Around underneath the Lordco Auto Parts spectator bridge, going to be Damian Cowden in his Top Fuel Harley. Looking to make another test hit for the rider out of Shawnigan Lake. He's had to have a lot of patience with this bike over the course of the season, and he's looking to end the season off on a high by making a pass or two here as well in the West Coast Outlaw Shootout on Sunday. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Doorslammers to the lanes to be laddered. Canada West Doorslammers to the lanes to be laddered. That is once again Canada West Doorslammers to the lanes. West Coast Pro Modifieds and Outlaw 275, you are on standby. That is Pro Mod and Outlaw 275, you are on standby. Cowden's bike is fired up. Burnout complete. Oh, shakes the tires and something lets go. So Damian Cowden will take a slow ride down the quarter-mile stretch. The patience will have to be endured just a little bit longer as Damian Cowden not having the run he was hoping for on that testing pass. Who knows? Maybe he'll be able to make another hit later on this afternoon. And that takes us to the electronic shootout final from Saturday afternoon. Program was not able to be completed due to the impending temperatures, making the track a bit too cold to be safe to run on. Brad Vinci brings up the BNC Racing Camaro Dowd at a 10-10. John Tabak and the Rad Torque Systems S10 will be facing off with a 10:32 advantage. Tabak by just over 0.2 of a second. Peregrine lights, Brad Vinci engaging that throttle stop, now trying to chase down the S10. Tabak's got him on the tray, outlast for the quarter mile. So John Tabak, he may have been 004 red to lose the no-box shootout, but he will take the win in the electronics shootout from Saturday. And that gets set to take us into round number 1 of Canada West Doorslammers for their elimination rounds on this Sunday afternoon. A few touch-ups going on down here on the racetrack as we get set to kick things off. So we roll into the first round of eliminations for Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Canada West Doorslammers. Tom Katnick brings it first in the TK Performance Lordco Auto Parts Camaro. He is dialed in at a 752 over here in the TCS lane. Jason Field in the Ritchie Racing Engines, Greenlight Auto Sales, Induction Solutions, Chevy Nova lines it up in the right lane. Field will be leaving first, dialed at an 820 to Katnick 752, leaving almost 7 tenths of a second prior to Tom Katnick. Red light start for Jason Field as Tom Katnick will run that down to the top end. Goes 749 at 176 miles an hour. We bring up Mark Thompson in the Marvel Racing, Vernon Recreational Products. Chevrolet was due to face off against Ray Rusiani in his Dexy Paws. Chevy 2, unfortunately Rusiani is broke, unable to make the call. So Mark Thompson will get a freebie into the second round. Bring up the next pair of Jay Siverston in his Black Betty JS Power Sports Dodge Dakota, dialed in a 777 to Grant Clone's 856 in the fair lane from 1967. Both races away on the green light. Siverston trying to run down Grant Clone. Can the Dakota get around the fair lane? Well, he didn't get around him, but he'll get the win anyway because Grant Clone goes under the dial by 8 thousandths of a second. Went 855 with a 2 on the 856 dial. Jay Siverston moves into the next round. We bring up the number 1 qualifier, Greg Field in the Active Care Auto Jubilee RV, a Cumin Machine Total Turbo Powered Opel GT to face off against Brian Ritchie. And the Ritchie Racing Engines, Greenlight Auto Sales Chevelle. Field will be leaving over a second later than Brian Ritchie. Qualified number 1 with a sub 6.5 second time. Trying to see if he can move in around number 2. Shook the tires something fierce in his qualifying hit this morning, hoping for better as he lines it up in the TCS lane. He couldn't even be, oh boy, patient enough, and on top of that, shook the tires. So a red light start for Field will knock out the number 1 qualifier early, and Brian Ritchie is through to round number 2. Bring up Dave Warren in the Blue Max Bel Air. Now, I did make a bit of a mistake here on this one. I called that he and Henry Zacharias were out. turns out I was not in fact looking at the Q3 sheets. I was looking at the time trial sheets from Saturday morning instead of Saturday evening. So Dave Ward is in fact in the show, as is Henry Zacharias. Mike McMahon was the lone driver not to qualify for eliminations on this Sunday afternoon, so he'll line it up against Mike Bedsworth in the Cutlass out of Marysville. 799 to a 705. Two green lights. Mike Bedsworth in hot pursuit of Dave Warren. Can he drive around him? Yes, he does. Mike Bedsworth will move into the next round of competition as Dave Warren is knocked out in the opening round. Terry Shaflita with that long burnout across the line of the bow tie, refinishing 505 speed Firebird. Having a bit of trouble getting some life back into the car after he had that long smoky burnout across the line. Ah, there we go. He's found a verse. He's going to start backing it up. Terry Langdon Davies and the Langdon Davies Concrete Willows will be dialed in an 807 over here in the TCS lane. Oh, there's Shaflita. Stopped the end of the racetrack. That car may have just lost fire again. He's gonna have to hurry it up. I know we're not gonna. You can't be sitting out there for too long. As Shaflita having spotted something on the race course. You see the crews, the car crew picking it up and off the racing surface. Shaflita refires. There's discussions being had, and we're going to start backing him back up towards the lane. Terry Langdon Davies will be leaving over a second sooner than Terry Shaflita. Both drivers away on the green. Shaflita with those high RPMs charging after TLD. TLD gets there first, but goes under by 10 thou in doing so. Went 806 on the 807 dial. Terry Shaflita is into round two. Next pairing up, going to be that of Rod LeClaire in the Paradise Homes 1967 Camaro, dialed at 674. Racing Paul Soares in the Soares Transport Pontiac, dialed at a 794. Leclerc smokes the tires, trying to get back into it. Is it enough? No, it isn't. Paul Soares will move on into the next round as Leclerc shook the tires. That's a shame with a trip zip with a 9. It was looking like it might have been Leclerc's to lose off the start line. And they lost it indeed. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. West Coast Pro Modified and MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275 to the lanes. That is Pro Modified and Outlaw 275 to the staging lanes. And Real Street as well to the lanes. So that is Pro Mod, Outlaw 275, and Real Street to the lanes for your final rounds. Mike Kenworthy brings up the Illusion Motorsports Speed Mart Firebird. He'll race against Grant Howell in the Chevrolet, dialed at a 773. A pair of red lights this time by, but Kenworthy will take the win light. Grant Howell was almost 0.2 of a second red. Kenworthy only 7 thou. So Mike Kenworthy will move on into the next round of eliminations. Derek Shirk brings out the Titanium Model Group up a speed shop. 1955 Bel Air, dialed at 767. Racing Brad Powell in the Outlaw Garage Custom Chevelle at Linden, Washington. Dialed at an 846. Two green lights, Shirk in hot pursuit of Powell. Quarter mile, gives Derek Shirk only 7 thousandths, getting the win in front of Brad Powell, just inches separating them at the stripe. Bring on Mark Schupener in the Pendoza machine for Wix Filters, Federal Mogul, and Lumina. Dialed at 823, was due to race Lane Woolley in the Bucky's Mini Excavating Marcus Family Duster. Unfortunately, Lane Woolley unable to make it to the call, so Schupener on a comp single. And that now leaves Henry Zacharias in the Zacharias Inventory Limited Corvette. Waiting on Howie Winklehorse in the Bel Air. .824 to a 768. Zacharias firing after Winklehorst and goes under the dial by 1/10 of a second. So Howie Winklehorst will stay out in front and take the run into the second round as Henry Zacharias breaks out at the top end. Bring it up for Steve Wilson in the Angry Pumpkin Camaro, dialed at 810. He'll race Mike Supine in the Stones Speed Shop Ryan's Glass Pontiac GTO, dialed at an 810, or was due to at least. Mike Supine also unable to make it to the call. We roll into a bit of Pro Mod bike action here as a couple of test passes taking place. Started off with Matt Atkinson in the 2016 Kawasaki out of Centralia, Washington. Oh, a bit of a rough run there right around the 8th mile mark, but Atkinson was still running out the back door. Goes 8:32 at 146 miles an hour. Off and away, right down the middle of Broadway. 7:31 with a 3, 183 miles an hour. And with that, we're going to shut things down momentarily for some track prep. You got your Pro Mod Final and your Outlaw 275, along with the Real Street Finals, coming on up in just a few moments. So attention no box runners, that is attention no box runners, there has been an error in making your guys' ladder. We are making those corrections up here in the tower now. So your correct ladder will be posted down at the base of the timing tower shortly. That is for the no box runners. Your ladders that are corrected will be posted shortly at the base of the timing tower. Well, a hat goes flying as we get set to kick off the final round in West Coast Pro Modified action. Scott Blake will bring up the Camaro from 1969 out of Red Deer, Alberta to race against Ryan Hayward in the Code Blue Camaro. So it's a battle of the Chevys. Same year, same make, same model. Take your pick. Both drivers purging the nitrous, making sure the pressures in those bottles are just so. As we creep forward into the stage beams. Both drivers on full post, 8th mile by 5 thousandths of a second. Give it up to Ryan Hayward in the Lordco lane. 005. The margin of victory, 377 and 197 miles an hour. Scott Blake ran 378 at 200 miles an hour. Was 007 on the tree. Got a bit squirrely out of the line. Hayward with a 12,000th of a second reaction time will drive around him for the win in West Coast Pro Modified action. And that'll bring up Ryan Griffin in his 1967 Mustang, just out on a testing pass out of Olympia. Griffin going over some last-minute tune-ups right there, just shy of the starting line here as he gets set for his test pass. Pulls the chutes at the 8th mile, went 4:12 with a 1 at 183 miles an hour. And I do believe I spy with my little eye your MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275 Final waiting just around the corner. So we're going to prep the track for your Outlaw Final. And we'll get set for yet another 8th mile run. So we roll into the MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275 final in the TCS lane. Parm Jawanda brings out the night shift Jawanda Motorsports Mustang to race against Justin Gallant in the BDL Auto DMW Race Car Super Steve's Tires Mustang. Pair of the Fox bodies here, ready to kick things off and close things out in our final round for Outlaw 275. Both racers pre-staged. Off on a tear. Smoke flying from Jawan as he spins the tires, able to stay out in front. 457 with a 162 miles an hour. Parm Jawanda takes up the win. Justin Gallant will have to settle for runner-up. Attention to pits, attention to pits. No box, non-electronics. We need you to the lanes for first round eliminations. That is no box. We need you to the lanes for your first round of eliminations. You see the crews out there on the racetrack checking that out with the big load of smoke that we saw at a Parm Jawanda's machine as Parm made that huge tear up to the 8th mile. Got that win on a hole shot. It was a 457 at 162 for Jawanda. Justin Gallant went 454 at 168. But Jawanda was better on the tree by a 1/10 of a second. And that 1/10 of a second is what made the difference up at the top end. Jeff Whitworth brings up the Mustang Fox body for a testing pass. We got a few test passes coming on up before your real street final. Oh, he's going to bump right through the beams. Whoa! Carries the front wheels right past the 330 foot and was over half track down before that thing finally settled back down to terra firma. Well, he may not have the altitude that Warner got, but he's got him beat on the distance. And here comes Rob Monroe Sr. This is for the real street final. From last night, Rob Monroe Sr. takes the White Knuckle Racing Gibson Racing Transmissions ST Performance 31 Model A. Dialed at 896 will leave second to Bobby Ehlers in the Mustang Fox body, dialed at a 1031. Two green lights, Monroe chasing after Bobby Ehlers. And rip into the quarter mile, it'll be Rob Monroe Sr. to take the win in Real Street in the West Coast Outlaw Shootout in 2023. Stay at the fence or in the seats. Pair of Pro Mod bikes now rolling into the water box. Austin Christopher brings out the Kawasaki to race against Matt McKay Smith, the four-time CMDRA Pro Mod bike champion, racing in the Suzuki out of Merritt. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Non-electronics, no box. This is your second call to the lanes, our first round eliminations. No box, non-electronics, second call to the lanes for first round of eliminations. Down the track like a couple of bullets fired out of a gun. Austin Christopher runs it through 6:59 at 190 miles an hour. Matt McKay Smith 6:66 with another 6 and then another 6. A run of the 6s at 191 miles an hour over in the Lordco lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We have a white Mercedes by Rod Leclerc's pit number 21, that is blocking the trailer. Once again, we have a white Mercedes, license plate LS697B, a white Mercedes. It is by Rod Leclerc's pit stall 21. You are blocking a trailer. They cannot get the car in or out. You need to move your car immediately. That is license plate LS697B. White Mercedes, you are blocking a racer's pit. They cannot get in or out. You need to move immediately. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Electronics, you are on a standby call. Electronics, this is your standby call. And Doorslammers, you are on a 10-minute standby call as well. Doorslammers, standby call for second round eliminations. Kevin McCauley brings out the old school cutlass as we'll roll into no box eliminations for their first round. Rob Monroe Jr. beside him with the SD Performance, Gibson's Racing Transmissions, Horizon Paint and Auto Body Machine, dialed at a 10.55. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need electronics to the lanes. Electronics, we need you to the staging lanes for first round eliminations. Electronics to the lanes. Red light start for Kevin McCauley as Rob Monroe Jr. will get that free pass into round number 2. Sean Langley brings up the Mach 1 Waldo to race against Matt Warner, 10.99 to a 10.42 for the Linden Service Center machine out of Sumas, Washington. Wheels up high, landing hard, trying to stay out in front as Sean Langley did not lead well at all. Matt Warner moves into round number 2. Daryl Tippy will bring up the Horizon Paints and Auto Body Supplies Chevy 2, now dialed at 11.60 to race James Tegard in the Airport Glass. Barrett Utilities Ford dialed in a 10.52 at a Winlock. Red light start for James Taggart over in the Lordco lane, so TCS side, Daryl Tippy is through and into the next round. John DeBack will now bring up the Rad Torch Systems S10 to race against Chris Stone out of Mission, dialed at a 10 seconds flat in the Stone Cold Racing Dodge Dart. Oh, and Stone goes red by 3 thousandths of a second. John DeBack is now going to move into the next round. Rob Monroe Sr. now will bring that 31 Model A right back up. We just saw him knocked out, or take the win, excuse me, in Real Street just a few minutes ago, and now trying to see if he can put himself already into the round number 2 against Jim Banky. But he will go red, so Monroe wins Real Street but knocks himself out in the no box shootout on Sunday. Jim Banky through to round number 2. That will leave now Dave Jung in his Lordco Auto Parts Camaro, dialed at a 10.90 to race Ryan Ledrette in the Muffler Tech Auto Chevy, dialed at a 12.08. Two green lights. We fire it up towards the top end of the racetrack. Quarter mile. Dave Jung gets around Ledrette by 9 thou for the win. It's a family feud over here on the quarter mile as Ralph Ehlers goes up against his son, Bobby Ehlers. 10:73 to a 10:35. Bobby running down Ralph, and the son knocks out the dad as Bobby Ehlers will move into round number 2, and Ralph Ehlers is sent packing. So attention to the pits, attention to the pits. The Ron Farmer Memorial will be beginning at 2:15. The Ron Farmer Memorial has been pushed back to 2:15 for the starting time. As once again, Ron Farmer Memorial drivers, you are going to be at 2:15. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call for electronics into the lanes. Final call for electronics to the lanes for first round of eliminations. Doorslammers, this is your first call to the lanes for round 2. That is once again Doorslammers to the lanes for round 2 of eliminations. We roll into electronics for their first round of eliminations. Irene Cocktailo will go up against Brad Vinci. Chevy Nova versus Chevy Camaro. 10:53 to the BNC Racing's 10:12. Quarter mile at the top end. It'll be Brad Vinci moving on into the next round, knocking out Irene Cocktailo. Brings up the next pair of Kevin McNichol for Titanium Auto Group, Ken Specialty Auto, JBS Equipment, Gibson's Racing Transmissions, and Lordco Auto Parts. Down at 10:03. Racing Tyler Keller in the 1971 Oldsmobile, dialed at 895. Kevin McNichol takes the win into round number 2 as Tyler Keller will find himself knocked out of eliminations on the first round. Bring up Emily Gerard in the dragster. Down at 746 for the Shear Solutions and Just Mechanical Machine racing now against Stobie. The Stobie Construction Chevelle down at a 10:24 to Gerard 746. Daryl Stobie carries the front wheels. Emily Gerard off in hot pursuit and gets around him. So Gerard takes the dragster to the second round. Brings up Martin Rochelle in the Malibu to race Jim Banky. In the Rat Torque Systems, Bucky's Mini Excavating Wheel Standing Barracuda. 10:09 to a 10:04. Jim Banky has problems off the line, doesn't leave. Martin Rochelle will be moving on over into round number 2 as Banky will have to be pushed back and out. Big shame there for the Barracuda, as he was not going to be able to make that hit today. Warren Jacobson taking off after Richard Love down the racetrack to the quarter mile, and Love goes 12-13 at 105, moves into the next round as Warren Jacobson is knocked out in round 1. Bring up Chris Stone, one of only 4 pro bracket champions ever since 2006. The only other 3 being Jim Benke, Craig Johnson, and Dustin Hunter. Matt Warner goes red on the tree, and Stone will move into the next round. So we roll into Canada West Doorslammers for round 2 of eliminations. Paul Soares brings out the Soares Transportation Pontiac to race against Mark Schuperner in the Pendozzi Machine Wix Filters Federal Mogo Lumina. Mark Schuperner gets there first as Paul Soares goes right on the tree. Brian Ritchie will take the Ritchie Racing Engines Greenlight Auto Sales Chevelle to race Mark Thompson in the Marvel Racing Vernon Recreational Products Machine. We are racing at a 791 to a 753, 4/10 of a second. We'll separate this pair. Two green lights. We fire to the quarter mile, double breakout. Brian Ritchie, by advantage of 3, Thou will take the win into the next round. Howie Winklehorst, next driver up in the Howie's Equipment Services Bel Air, dialed at 825 to race Mike Bedsworth in the 1996 Cutlass, dialed at 707. .007 red on the tree for Bedsworth. And Winklehorst will move on into the next round. Tom Katnick will now take the TK Performance Lordco Auto Parts Camaro down to 750. He'll race Jay Siverston in the Black Betty JS Power Sports Dakota. As we continue marching through Doorslammer eliminations, knocking out drivers one pass at a time. Tom Katnick will be moving into the next round as he'll knock out Jay Siverston by 0.03 of a second. Derek Shirk for the Titanium Auto Group Bubba Speed Shop 55 Bel Air. Steve Wilson will bring the Anchor Pumpkin Camaro down at an 803. Shirk, fire to the quarter mile. Makes the pass around Steve Wilson and the Angry Pumpkin Camaro to move his way into the next round. Mike Kenworthy will bring the Illusion Motorsport Speed. Mark Firebird out at 842. He'll race Terry Shaflita in the bow tie, refinishing 505 speed. 1997 Pontiac Firebird down at 699. Wheel spin for Kenworthy out of the gate will cost him dearly, as Shaflita will run that one out the back door and take up the win to move in around number 3. And that's going to roll us into a couple of test passes now as we finish out the second round of eliminations for Canada West Doorslammers. Both of these drivers eliminated early. They are just looking to make a couple of test passes to end out their afternoon. Mike McMahon and Jason Field will be the two drivers who will be looking to put themselves up with just a bit of an easy run up in the run for this one. So they'll be looking to just make it an easy little pass here as we'll have that test hit to wrap out Doorslammers. So we are going to be putting a hold on our racing plans here this afternoon, as we've got the Ron Farmer Memorial that will be starting up in 10 minutes. So we're going to be down for obviously a while we let the Ron Farmer Memorial take place. If you want to direct yourselves to the seats and join us in our little celebration of life, we will much appreciate it. And that will again be starting in 10 minutes.
Attention, everybody. If you're here for the memorial, then you want to make your way to the bleachers as quickly as possible towards the tower. We're going to be underway in a few minutes. Make your way to the bleachers if you're here for the memorial. Once again, everybody, if you're here for the memorial service for Ron and Gladys Farmer, you need to get yourself to the bleachers now. All right. Everybody here? We got everybody? Well, come on, move it along. I'll go kung fu on your ass. Perfect. So everyone that's sitting here, my name is Rick Farmer. Ron and Gladys were my parents. I think I'll take a quick second and introduce my family, wherever they are. Wherever they are. My sister, Linnea. Get off the phone, you dork. My sister, Linnea. My nephew, Jesse. My niece, Kristen, who put together the video montage. And grand-nephews and grand-niece, Josh, Nicholas, Abby, where are you? I'm looking into the sun, you guys. There you go. They're all sitting right there. So it's been a rough one for us. We've lost 4 of our family members in the last 10 months, 11 months. It's been pretty crappy. So I decided, rather than you having to listen to me, wearing my father's clothes from 1969. Thank you, thank you. Dead serious. That's my father's last hot rod, and that's his NHRA Wally Hall of Fame sitting on the hood of it. For those of you who don't know Alan Edwards, you're about to. Alan Edwards writes for the Province paper and numerous other publications. He's been a friend of the family for 1,000,000 years, and Alan's going to take you through this so that I don't end up bawling my eyes out and looking like a dork in front of all of you. Too late. Yeah. I want to say a special thanks myself to Jeff Graw, his lovely other half Elaine, and their daughter Kyla. Oh, there you are. For their friendship, their time, and their patience, and their tolerance with us. There you go, ladies and gentlemen, Alan Edwards.
Thanks, Rick. Real honor to be here, and thank you all for coming to this celebration of life for Ron and Gladys, Babe, as everybody knew her as. It's fitting that they be remembered on a day like today at Mission Raceway Park. They spent so much of their lives here. Really, everybody says the same thing. There wouldn't be a Mission Raceway Park without Ron and Gladys Farmer and their family. I want to say, thank you. I want to say a few personal words because you, as Rick said, I've known the family for a long time. I was a very young BCTV reporter in 1971, and because I loved cars, I decided to do a story on the P&E Motorama. And so that's how I met Ron Farmer. He was the general manager, and I was introduced to him, and he was a really nice-looking man. He was fit and tanned and very friendly to me, and he knew everything and everybody, and I was really impressed, and he made my life very easy doing that first television story, and then a second the next year, and so on and so forth. And then when the fight was on with the government to get the racetrack back after it had been confiscated by the government, I was a reporter still, and I did a number of stories on the fact that the Becca Club was being screwed by the government like no other land swap deal I'd ever seen. And I went after the mayor of Mission because it was all about getting the fiberglass plant to create employment in Mission. And that went on the air, and Ron, of course, continued the fight and was successful. And finally, I went to see Ron 3 years ago when I was doing a retrospective on the Motorama shows, the car shows, and I wanted to go right to the horse's mouth. And so I definitely wanted to talk to him about that, and I'm just a little bit, want to read a little bit from my story. Vancouver Fire Captain, Becca member, and Hall of Fame hot rodder Ron Farmer took over management of the Pacific International Motorama from 1960 through 1973. The show featured between 100 and 150 show vehicles. Quote from Ron, "I'd never done anything like promotions and advertising, but my first show made more profit than the previous 8 shows. We would attract lots of American cars. They loved the show because of the quality of the local cars. The show cars were better than those from south of the border because the guys did all the work themselves." Ron went on to say that a major award was given to the car club that created the best display. And because it was spring, one car club had an Easter theme with live rabbits. This gets better. A couple of the guys in our car club took the rabbit cages and hid them behind a wall. Then they set up a barbecue with a rabbit on the spit. The other guys were livid, but it was all a joke, and the rabbits were returned. I would say everyone loved those shows, and Ron was the spark plug that brought everything together. So this is what Ron's family would like to say to you who've come here today. They want to start by saying the amount of loss in the last few years has been staggering. The Farmer family passes along their condolences to all who have lost family and friends. As for the membership of Becca, we have recently lost Ray Grossmith, top end Bob Valance, Ken Bradley, Buck Kinney, Ken Boleen, and Grant Clerkson, the Right Reverend Leroy from the Church of What's Happening Now, and now Gladys and Ron Farmer. Gladys Farmer, babe to many, was born August 16th, 1931 in Vancouver. She succumbed to Alzheimer's disease at the age of 91 on April 28th of this year. She preceded her sister Katie Pratt, who passed medically assisted September 21st this year on National Alzheimer's Day. Ron Farmer was born August 24th, 1930 in Vancouver and passed away at the age of 93 on September 1st, as you've heard. Ron and Babe were married for just short of 70 years. Their anniversary would have been June 20th of this year. Love, respect, and honor is a very strong bond, and they had it. For those in attendance for Ron, you need to understand that you wouldn't know who he was if not for Babe. She was the broom behind his ass. She was the force that encouraged him to run for every position he ever held in his decades with Becca. From joining the club to the manager of the P&E Motorama to the business manager and track manager of this Mission Raceway, she was always the cheerleader of the family. Babe ran the concessions and souvenir stands from the 60s into the 90s. She and family and other club members' wives even made a cookbook to sell in the souvenir stands back in the 1970s. She was integral to the organizing of the Becca Women's Auxiliary in the 60s. Babe was no stranger to awards. She was constantly recognized for her participation and support by various groups. Kind-hearted and generous to a fault, she was notorious for taking in people in need. And she is the driving force behind her son Rick's involvement with Crews for Kids, and the main reason for the family's overwhelming love for Christmas. Ron came on board with the Christmas mayhem in the 1970s and never looked back. Ron and Babe were featured in multiple publications for their Christmas yard displays. It's fair to say that Christmas is a big deal with the farmer family. Ron would spend weeks just testing bulbs to prepare for the installation routine that he always oversaw and insisted on. And Babe would go crazy on the inside of the house, decorating and baking. Babe had many jobs over decades of involvement with Mission Raceway, always in sales, but she always made time for Mission Raceway. It was common for people to say she could sell ice cream, to an Eskimo. And when Becca was looking for donations to rebuild the new Mission Raceway Park, Babe was a force to be reckoned with. Ron, on the other hand, was methodical and driven. He set goals for himself, and nothing could deter him from those goals. The government battle is the best example. If he said he would do something, it got done. Ron was proud of the 30 years he spent on the Vancouver Fire Department. He retired just 2 weeks away from promotion to chief, and then he spent every free moment fighting the government for what they had promised the BC Custom Car Association, and he won. He was driven and methodical. Ron and Babe did nothing for recognition. That said, Ron was inducted into the NHRA Hall of Fame, the Greater Vancouver Motorsport Pioneers Society, and the Canadian Motorsport Hall of Fame, all much to his embarrassment. One of the only times in his life that he boarded an airplane was to go east for the Canadian Motorsport Hall of Fame Award, but he probably would never have gone if not for his daughters accompanying him and encouragement. We could go on for hours telling you all the accolades that have been bestowed on Ron and Babe. But the bottom line is that they were the best parents, grandparents, and role models, and were loved. Their family and friends were everything to them, and the feelings were returned. The entire family worked at Mission Raceway at one point or another, and we have a video to show you now, and I direct your attention to the screen. So we'll have that video, and then we'll carry on with the program. So much sentiment there, a beautiful tribute. Ron and Gladys are survived by their son Rick and daughter Linnea, granddaughter Kristen, grandson Jesse, great-grandkids Abby, Nick, and Josh. Sadly, they lost their son-in-law Gabor to cancer on November 27th of 2022. This is what Ron and Babe's friends here at Mission Raceway and the club would like you to hear. On behalf of the British Columbia Custom Car Association, we thank you for coming today to share in remembering Ron and Gladys Farmer. As we pay tribute today to Ron and Gladys, it is with sadness that we also must recognize and salute our other club members who have recently passed away. These gentlemen, with many others, have been long-standing pillars of the club. Their contributions to the club, their love of the racetrack, and generosity of their spirits will not be forgotten, and they will be greatly missed. We send our deepest condolences to the families of Ray Grossmith, Bob Valance, Ken Bradley, Ken Boleen, and Uncle Buck Kinney. Ron Farmer was a member of the British Columbia Custom Car Association since 1952, when the club was first established. Together with his entire family, Ron's life revolved around the racetrack. From the earliest days of the club, whether it was racing at the Abbotsford Airport or helping to build the first track that the club opened in 1965, Ron has always been involved, and then involved some more, very much more. The club ran the track with Ron at the helm until 1978, when the club's property was expropriated by the BC government from the location we now call the Junction to make way for the construction of a fiberglass plant. Many of you know of Ron's drive, determination, and never give up attitude. These traits of his were put to work and to the test and challenge over and over as Ron led a 14-year march through the government hoops until finally, with his fellow members, he unveiled the club's new property and racetrack here at Mission Raceway Park in 1992. In 2018, and prior to Ron stepping back from the day-to-day activities and management of the track, the club presented Farmers Lane to Ron. Farmers Lane represents Ron's years of service, dedication, and sacrifices that he, Gladys, and their family made, which were instrumental in bringing the racetrack to the level at which it operates today. And you could see that today with thousands of people here and all the activity. It was with great delight that Ron was on site at the historic Hot Rod reunion here at the track in August 2022. The crowd surrounding Ron on pit lane that day was a pleasure to see, and we are sure that many of us were as happy to have a word with Ron as he was to have a word with us. In 1967, Ron became the club's #1 member, and he was a member in good standing at #1 until his passing last month. The club will retire Ron's member #1 alongside member #2 that belonged to Bob Finney. Bob Finney was one of the club's founding members who tragically drowned in 1952, shortly after the club began. As a club and as friends of Ron and Gladys, we should all take some comfort moving forward knowing that the Farmer family legacy will live on with this facility. To Ron and Gladys, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts, and we will definitely miss you. And now, there's a letter I have from the Hall of Fame that the family asked me to read. And that will require the glasses. And a teleprompter. Okay, this is from the Canadian Motorsport Hall of Fame from Peter Lockhart, Board Chair. Dear Rick, Linnea, and the entire Farmer family, personally and on behalf of the entire Board of Directors of the Canadian Motorsport Hall of Fame, I write to express our sincere condolences on the passing of your dad, Ron Farmer. I am sure that the entire Canadian racing community is saddened by the news of his passing on September 1st. Ron's passionate contributions to our sport were immense as a member of the BC Custom Car Association, and his participation in the building of and then in the fight with government and the courts to keep it. That today Mission Raceway Park is thriving is a testament to your dad's efforts. As you know, Ron was inducted into the Canadian Motorsport Hall of Fame in 1998 in the category of significant contributor. We are very pleased excuse me, to keep his story alive on the Hall's website. As time passes, I am sure that you will treasure the many happy memories of his amazing life and your special time together. We are sending you our very best wishes during this difficult time. We have a second video from the club. Amazing. There would be few celebrations of life with this number of people to remember those who have departed. This is an amazing show of love and affection for Ron and Gladys Farmer. I'm just overwhelmed by this. The Farmer family invites you to stay afterwards and visit. And Ron Peake, who served with Ron Farmer on the Vancouver Fire Department's here, and he wanted you to know that Ron was respected by all his peers at the Vancouver Fire Department during his 30 years there. And he told me there wasn't a man on the fire department that wouldn't have followed Ron into any fire. What a tribute. So thank you, Ron, for being here. So the Farmer family wants you to enjoy refreshments at the concession while preparations are made for a very fitting send-off for Ron and Babe Farmer. Rick and his nephew Jesse will be making a pass down the quarter mile in Ron's 1958 Thames, which is now Rick's, and releasing some of Ron and Babe's ashes. Please watch for that. And thank you for attending. How fitting is that? What a tribute to Ron and Gladys Farmer. So once again, we encourage you to stay, visit amongst yourselves. Please go to the concession stand for refreshments. It's open for you today. And enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
So with the conclusion of a heartwarming celebration of life for Ron Farmer, we're going to make that call for box and no box to be back on standby for round 2 of eliminations. That is box and no box. You are now on standby for round 2 of eliminations. And Doorslammers, you're going to be on a 15-minute standby call. Thanks.
Attention in the pits. Can we please get non-electronics to the staging lanes, please? That's no box to the staging lanes.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. This is the second call for no box. Back to the staging lanes for your next round of eliminations. No box. This is your next call. Back to the staging lanes. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Electronics, we need electronics to the lanes. For your next round of eliminations, that is electronics to the lanes. For next round of eliminations, Doorslammers, you are still on standby, and we are now going to put Top Fuel Harleys on standby as well. So electronics to the lanes, Doorslammers and Top Fuel Harleys on standby. So burnout's complete for John Tabak of the Rad Torque Systems S10 and Rob Monroe Jr. the S2 Performance Gibson's Racing Transmissions Horizon Auto Body and Collision indicating dialed at 10:56 as we return back to racing action for the West Coast Outlaw Shootout on this Sunday afternoon in 2023 to close out our racing season. Running down the quarter mile, John Tabak going to outlast Rob Monroe Jr. Gets around him for the pass and for the win. That'll put Tabak now into the semifinals. He'll be racing one of these two, Matt Warner in the Linden Service Center machine out of Sumas, Washington, or Dave Jung, the Lordco Auto Parts Camaro out of Surrey. Holy wheels up again for Matt Warner as he is determined to scrape the license plate clean off of that machine. And he will easily get there first as Dave Jung having problems set in on top of having a 003 red light will send Matt Warner through to the semis. Now Daryl Tippy will take the Horizon Paint and Auto Body Supplies Chevy 2 to race Bobby Ehlers in the Mustang Fox Body. 1161 in the 1036. One of them will have to race against Jim Banky to get into the final round. Double breakout. Daryl Tippy, the lesser offender. Ehlers was under by 9 thou. Daryl Tippy only under by 2, sends Daryl Tippy into round number 3. And that just leaves now Jim Banky with the bye run in the no-box shootout. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers to the lanes. Canada West Doorslammers to the lanes for round 3 of eliminations. Electronics, you've already been called up, and we're also making the call for Canada West Doorslammers back to the lanes for round 3 of eliminations. So as Martin Rochelle gets set to kick us off for Electronics Eliminator round number 2, want to just mention one special name. We may have noticed that there's one notable absence here from the Outlaw crews. J.R. Lassig, of course, a staple when it comes to Outlaw 275 racing here in the West Coast Outlaws Association. As Martin Rochelle takes his bye run. Well, the reason he's not here is because he was called up by Bahrain 1 to drive one of their pro mods down south in the Nationals, and well, he's just made his way into the final round. So we are obviously wishing J.R. Lassig all the best in his attempts to see if he can't pick up a win in his first big show performance down to the States with Bahrain 1. Emily Gerard brings out the Sheer Solutions and Just Mechanical dragster dialed at 746 to race Kevin McNichol in the Titanium Mod Group, Ken Specialty Auto, JBS Equipment, Gibson's Racing Transmissions, and Lordco Auto Parts Nova dialed at a 1004. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Top Fuel Harleys to the lanes, Top Fuel Harleys to the lanes. We're calling Top Fuel Harleys to the lanes for round 1 of eliminations. Lights are down. Emily Gerard chasing after the Nova. And at the quarter mile, Kevin McNichol stays out in front by 13 thousandths of a second. Bring up Chris Stone, racing the Stone Cold Racing Dodge Dart down at 10:03. Facing off against Brad Vinci in the BNC Racing Camaro down at 10:15. Breakout for Brad Vinci at the top end by 0.02 of a second. Chris Stone will move on into the next round. We'll bring up John DeBack at the Rad Torque Systems S10. He'll race Richard Love in that Reflection Guest House SS Motorsports Chevelle. Remember, of course, he had that huge problem yesterday that caused him to break his S10, and now racing in that Chevelle, borrowed from one of the other races on the property out of his Soyuz, so he is going to be able to still compete in the box shootout. Red light start for Richard Love. And a pair of red lights, actually, but John DeBack, the lesser offender, he'll move on into round number 3. So attention to the pits, and this is a little announcement for the spectators here as well, and everybody on the property. The bathrooms, as of right now, down at the concession stand, are going to be closed for about the next 30 minutes for cleaning. That is, the washrooms that are located at the concession stand are going to be closed for the next 30 minutes for cleaning. However, if you are in need of them, we do have some more restrooms for you over on the spectator side of the facility, as well as up in Beckaville. You could find some restrooms up there as well. So just keep that in mind for the next 30 minutes. You'll be unable to access the restrooms over here by the concession stand. All right, Doorslammers coming around the corner as we'll get set to kick off round 3 of eliminations. We are in the quarterfinals. 6 cars remain in competition. Brian Ritchie will face off against Terry Shaflita. Mark Schupner will race Derek Shirk. Howie Winkelhorst against Tom Katnick. And we bring up Ritchie and Shaflita first. Now, one of these drivers will get a free pass into the final because the next round for them would be a bye. So this is a critical run because this will guarantee you a spot in the final. Ritchie Racing Engines and Greenlight Auto Sales for Coquitlam being represented over here. TCS sides out at 791. Bow Tie Refinishing 505 speed being represented out of Langford at a 710 in the right lane. Two green lights. Who makes it into the final round of Doorslammer action? It'll be Brian Ritchie in a different zip code as Terry Shaflita had a bit of a soft launch and was down 7.5 on the 710 dial. Bring up Derek Shirk. The Titanium Auto Group up a speed shop Bel Air over here. TCS side at a 768. Mark Schupner in the Wix Filters Federal Mogul Pendozzi machine for the Luminata Kelowna. In the Lordco lane at 789. Green lights a pair, and Derek Shirk will get around Mark Schupner. Now Tom Katnick tries to chase after Howie Winkelhorst. And will get around Howie Winkelhorst by just 12 one-thousandths of a second. Sees the Camaro through to the semis. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. No box. We need no box semifinalists back to the lanes. That is no box. We need you back to the staging lanes for your semifinal round. And Top Fuel Harleys fire up under the bridge. Naked Yawn brings up the N60 Sonic out of Qualicum Beach, over here at TCS side. Ron Howneat brings up the Braden Sport Fishing, Fastlane Racing, Fastlane Customs, Nitro V60 machine over in the Lordco lane. First round of Top Fuel Harley competition. Both riders away on the green, but Ron Howneat had to lift, and it'll be Nate Gagnon, 653, 210 miles an hour will send Nate Gagnon into the final. Ron Howneat sent packing in round one. He got a bit close to the right side of the groove, had to lift out. That brings us to our second and last pair in Top Fuel Harley competition. Jim Schellenberg, racing out of Surrey, comes on up. He'll race Pete Waugh in the Radtor Systems Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating. Chop My Rate, Top Fuel Harley out of Nanaimo. Soft launch for Schellenberger, close to the left-hand side of the groove, but Pete Waugh goes red on the tree by just 1/1000th of a second for Pete Waugh. So Schellenberg, and Nate Gagnon will be in the final round in Top Fuel Harley. K. Smith brings up the MTMM Performance Suzuki for another hit in the Pro Mod bike. Straight down Farmer Lane, and it'll be a run to a 660 with a Ford, 182 miles an hour at the quarter mile. That brings up Matt Atkinson in the Kawasaki from Centralia, Washington. So some good news for those that were curious about the restroom situation over here on the tower side of the racetrack. The restrooms by the concession stand have been reopened. Cleaning has been finished up, so you can feel free to go on over if you so need. And the restrooms are now open at the concession stand. Just a little while ago, that J.R. Lassick, one of the folks that is a really big prominent runner over here in the West Coast Outlaws Association, usually runs an Outlaw 275. The reason why he was not here this weekend was because he was called up by Ballrain 1 to race one of their pro mods in the Nationals down south in the States. Well, we mentioned he was in the finals. Now we'll get to a name that I know a few other folks over here at Mission Racing Park might be familiar with. Khalid Al-Balushi will face off against J.R. Lassick in the final because the racer that Balushi raced against and lost to did not go to the scales. So it'll be a Bahrain 1, 1-2 over the Nationals down south, with Lazic facing off against Khalid Al-Balushi. Damian Cowden making another hit on his Top Fuel Harley. He of course, had himself with a not the best run earlier on. He had to shut it off early. So the patience with the bike looking to continue as they're having trouble getting any kind of life into it over here on the starting line. So we'll see if Cowden out of Shawnigan Lake can get something into that bike, and maybe we'll see it make a full pull down the racetrack. So attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We have a lost phone. We have a lost phone that has been turned up to us here in the timing tower. So we have a lost phone up here. It was found in the pit side bleachers. So if you've lost your phone in the pit side bleachers or were recently hanging around out there and you all of a sudden realize you do not have your phone, it is up here, second floor of the timing tower. While we're at it, we're going to make the call for electronics back to the lanes. Electronics semifinalists. We need you back to the lanes. Electronics to the lanes. Daryl Tippy will go up against Jim Banky in the Horizon Paint and Auto Body Supplies Chevy 2 down to 1158. Jim Banky will race with the Rad Torque Systems, Titanium Auto Group, Bucky's Mini Excavating, Plymouth Barracuda. It's out at 10:09. Wheels up, wheels down. Banky made a hard right turn to the wall, got it back in the groove without missing a beat. Trying to run down Tippy after that mistake out of the gate and gets around him. So Jim Banky will move into the final round in non-electronics. Now who does he race against? John Tabak in the Rad Torque Systems S10? Or Matt Warner in the Linden Service Center machine? Two green lights. Quarter mile. Matt Warner will race against Jim Banky in the final. Electronics, this is your second call to the lanes. Electronics, this is your second call back to the lanes for your semifinal round. Electronics, second call to the lanes. So we get set to roll now into the electronic semi-final round. Kevin McNichol racing Martin Rochelle. 10:08 to a 10:10. The distance on when these two leave the line from each other will be almost imperceptible. Running down the quarter mile, Martin Rochelle will be picking up the win, and he'll move into the final. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call for electronics. John to back. We need you back to the stage lanes as soon as possible. We understand you've just run, but we need you back to the stage lanes as soon as possible. Your opponent is waiting for you in the electronics semifinals. John to back and Chris Stone running down the racetrack to fight to see who will face off against Michelle in the final. Chris Stone with a trip, zip, and a 6 carries that throw on a double breakout right through to the win. John to back went further under the dial, and Chris Stone is into the final against Martin Rochelle. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Doorslammers, this is your standby call. Doorslammers semifinalists, this is your standby call. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, Canada West Doorslammers to the lanes. Canada West Doorslammers to the lanes for your semi-final round. Time for your hourly J.R. Lazick update and how he has been faring in the Nationals down south of the Camping World Series. Well, some good news. Khalid Al-Belushi unable to make the call for that final round in Pro Mod, so he is going to get the comp signal. So J.R. Lazick, in his first ever big series start, will take that through and take a Wally win in Pro Modified down to the States. So we'll be sure to wish him a big Mission Raceway Park congratulations when he'll get himself up, as he is taking that win as we speak. Mike McMahon making a test pass over here in his McMahon Racing Camaro. And now we roll to the Doorslammers semifinals. Tom Katnick will take his 1968 Camaro down at 750 to see who will race between himself and Derek Shirk in the 55 Bel Air against Brian Ritchie in the Doorslammer Final in the West Coast Outlaw Shootout. Red light start for Derek Shirk, and that will mean that Tom Katnick will race Brian Ritchie in the final round. Attention, Brad Owens. Attention, Brad Owens. We need you to move your truck. Brad Owens, we need you to move your truck, please. So here we go. Our first Sunday final. And it'll be the no-box final between Jim Banky and Matt Warner. Jim Banky representing Rad Torque Systems, Titanium Auto Group, Bucky's Mini Excavated, out of mission in the Plymouth Barracuda, down at 10:09. Matt Warner in the Linden Service Center Mercury, down at 10:41. Battle of the Wheel Standers. Warner wins the wheelie contest as he'll slam the terra firma, racing to the quarter mile. Jim Banky makes the pass, gets around Matt Warner, and he'll take the W in the no-box shootout. Third time's the charm for Damian Cowden. Whoa, look out as that bike got all sorts of crossed up. Sent something flying off of the side, and tell you what, Cowden did a phenomenal job to hang on to that machine as blew something off. And believe that to be off of the wheelie bar. Quite possibly with a violent shake that thing took right as it left the gate. Third times will not be the charm for Damian Cowden, but that could have been a lot worse. So Chris Stone and Martin Rochelle will be the next pairing up to try to race against each other in this final round of the electronics shootout. And Chris Stone, way red on the tree, believe that will hand it to Martin Rochelle for the electronics win. All right, we've got the Top Fuel Harley Final fired up and ready to go. Nick Gagnon brings the Sonic N60 out of Qualicum Beach to race Jim Schellenberg out of Surrey. riders away on the green. Schellenberg lifts early. Nate Gagnon will take it to the quarter mile, and he wins top Fuel Harley in the West Coast Outlaw Shootout. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Doorslammer finalists, you are the last pass we have to run on the day. Doorslammer finalists, please make your way back to the staging lanes as soon as physically possible. In the pits, attention in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers to the lanes. Canada West Doorslammers to the lanes for your final pass of the night. Canada West Doorslammers to the lanes for your final run. And at long last, we get to the moment we have waited long and hard for. Tom Katnick versus Brian Ritchie. We'll be pulling around the corner here in just a few moments as we get set to close out the Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Doorslammers. And with it, the 2023 racing season from the Titanium Strip. Of course, we will still have the Mopac Auto Supply Friday Night Street Legal this next Friday night. And following that on Saturday and Sunday will be the CACC in their final race of the 2023 season. Cars fire up and roll around under the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. Tom Katnick bringing up the TK Performance Lordco Auto Parts Chevy Camaro. 632 cubic inches under that machine from Maple Ridge will dial him in at 753. Leaving just over 0.4 of a second later, Brian Ritchie in the Ritchie Racing Engines Greenlight Auto Sales, sporting 632 cubic inches of Chevy motor underneath the Chevelle out of Coquitlam, dialed at a 796. About a bulb's length, we'll see Ritchie leave ahead of Katnick. And it's a pair of green ones, a race for the quarter, just how the season should end. And at the top, Brian Ritchie locks out the season on a high, and he'll take the win in Winter Harbor Marina, Canada West Doorslammers. What an absolutely incredible season it has been in 2023. We have seen some incredible highs. Some of the biggest car counts we have ever seen. Some of the biggest spectator attendance that we have ever seen in the history of this track. This has been one of the best years we have ever had, and what a way to close things out in the 2023 West Coast Outlaw Shootout. On behalf of all of the staff at Mission Raceway Park, thank you to the racers and the crews for coming on out week after week, for putting on an absolutely phenomenal show every single race. Thank you to the staff members that have stuck around and have helped us to make it possible for these races to come on out and put on as good a show as they have. And thank you to every single spectator that has joined us from lights out at the first race right down to this final just seconds ago, for joining us on this absolutely thrilling journey. We'll be back and in full force next year when we go racing back in April at the Titanium Strip.